Hello everybody, I'm Hawaiian Hillbilly. Welcome to another live stream. You know the routine, I gotta set up my laptop so I can monitor chat. That'll take just a second. Sometimes it takes just a few seconds for the YouTube rendering to catch up. Right now it's still showing me as upcoming, but I need it to say live. There it is. It takes a minute, like I said, sometimes. Let me throw a welcome message into chat. And we're going to try this again. Okay. All right, we've got that going. So we're going to try again. Just to put my message on my TV like it's supposed to. All right, let's go inside. We're going to go to Elm Creek. Those are all active, so we're not using all of them, but they're all active. Now, I had started a live stream there a few minutes ago, and everything was muted, my controller was dead, and I realized that the power supply, where it plugs into the PS5, I have a charging station, and for some reason that thing will quit charging and I have to unplug it and plug it back in for it to work. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it does. So now, well, let's move this out of the way. And unfortunately, when it froze up, there was somebody watching. So let me adjust a couple of things that I need to adjust here just for my own playing comfort. There we go now. If we have more difficulties, I may not continue attempting this today, because it is 1 o'clock in the morning where I live. All right. Now, as I had explained already, if you watched the previous episode, you will have noticed that I actually bought this harvester in the last episode, and we bought the header, the modded header with the tool height adjustment control on it. And we bought this header, the corn header, and we bought just a standard header. And we used that standard header in this field. That green field right there, that's soybeans. We harvested wheat out of it, but at 26 miles an hour with that modded header, the helper, if you had the helper in the harvester, the helper could not stop where when the tank got full, needed to be emptied. The harvester would not stop. it had too much momentum and it would roll further than it had harvested. So it would roll over the top of unharvested crop, and I would have to fire the helper, back the harvester up, and then rehire the helper, start over again. So I just decided to switch back to the standard headers. It's slower, but at least it has more control, and hopefully it's going to work better just unattended. Although I don't plan to really leave it unattended, but I want to be able to drive the truck up to beside it when the harvester is full, and then once the harvester is empty, the helper just take off and go to work like he's supposed to. And I could not do that with the tool height adjustment on the headers. So we just switched them back. We spent a lot of money, but thankfully we still have some money. So we don't look like we're like broke. Yeah. I actually thought we might be by the time we did all that, because we bought this field behind us. Now see, this makes no sense. Why did it not harvest that when it pulled out into that field? That doesn't make sense to me, because it certainly should have. Something is not working right. That is totally weird. I can't figure out what's going on. See, it's not harvesting. Why is it not harvesting? It's turned on. So it's not even working. Now that time it did. And then it skips a spot. Okay, I'm getting aggravated. I am getting aggravated. I can't get this thing to work right. It did the same thing in the same spot just a few minutes ago when I tried to do this. And for some reason, my microphone, everything cut out. It was like really weird. So I'm not sure if I'm going to, if I keep having trouble with this, I may have to buy a different harvester. And I do believe I've used this harvester in the past, but not on FS22. I used it on FS19. Not on this map either. I used it on No Man's Land. Now let's see how it handles this one. See if it actually starts harvesting. Looks like it will. All right. I don't know what it is about that one spot that it didn't want to work, but it sure didn't. Now we've got 4 fields here that we're going to harvest and replant. We're going to replant them in soybeans. And then we may go down to the other end of what we've got going right now, down by the oil mill, the other end of town down there. And we may get those 2 fields done today. I don't know for sure what we'll do. It's 12 minutes past 1 in the morning where I live. So we'll see. We'll see what time it is when I get these 4 fields completed. If everything will work like it's supposed to and quit kind of being stubborn and doing things I haven't seen it do before, then it should be a fairly relaxing time. Now I expect, there went a sign, another one. I bet we take out more than that one too before it's over. Oh my gosh, I run over them, the helpers run over them. Oh. Let's find our truck because it's going to be what we need next. There it is. We'll just drive it over here. Oh, I got you guys sitting there watching them from a distance. There's nobody actually watching the stream right now, but somebody may watch it once it's posted as a video. So let's figure out, there we go. Get back over here with this guy. Most of my streams don't get a lot of views. I'm a very small channel. I haven't been doing this for too long now. I have had a channel for a while, but I'm unable to consistently upload content to it. Not all my videos are games, some of them are other things, which I actually thought when I started this channel, I had just retired from work and relocated from Hawaii back to the mainland, and I thought I would be able to make videos of just, another sign, of just stuff that I did as a retired person. But that has not turned out to be that way. Because I just don't have a lot of stuff I can record. I might make one. I can't do a live stream though. See, that's the bad thing about it. I want to do live streams. Sorry guys. And I can't do live streams recording on my phone. I can only do live streams if I go through my PlayStation console. And live streams is what I really want to do. So I have had the opportunity to talk to a couple of different people who have come into my chat. One named Paul, one named Caleb. Paul came in when I was playing this game. I was on a different map at that time, but still FS22. He was also a live streamer of FS22. And he is in fact the first subscriber that I gained from doing live streams of this game. And then of course Caleb subscribed as well, and I subscribed to both of their channels because I do appreciate the support. I know Paul quit live streaming on YouTube. He told me he did, and he went to another place, another platform to live stream. And I don't know how that's worked out for all his subscribers on here. Now see, that just missed a spot right there. Well, one stalk, you can see it left a couple of stalks sitting there. I don't know why. I'm not real happy with this header right now. It's leaving a little bit to be desired because it's not doing what I would like for it to do. There's no reason it should have left those two stalks right there. We'll just use our cultivator and we'll cultivate them down. I'm not going to worry about going back and getting those with the harvester, but still, now we are going to just jump right over into the next field. We're not going to sell any soybeans. Well, these aren't soybeans. We are going to take, these are sunflowers. I was thinking soybeans because that's what we're planting. Now, I have a little bit, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to do this. Because I want to be able to get away from these trees a little bit. As you can see, it takes quite a bit of room for this guy to get turned around. So we'll give ourselves a headland row. And now we are going to back up, and we're just going to start again right here. We might as well cover this whole end while we're at it. And then we're going to fire this guy right here. I know these guys don't like getting fired, but they do get fired. And then we're going to, because I want to come down, you can't use a helper to follow a curved edge, so we have to drive it ourselves. And then we're going to come right down through this row, like this. We're going to catch this whole side. And we're going to work our way all the way back down to that other field, but we're going to go up to the top side first. So then we can, we don't really need a headland row. It won't hurt us to put one though. Now, when we get up here, we can let the helper do the work. And we can just fire the helper once we get going back the other way. Or I might just drive it myself down to the other end. That way I don't have to fire the helper. Now I hope whoever it was that was watching there when everything messed up, that maybe they'll come back. I feel so bad when that kind of thing happens, especially if somebody's watching. It's not so bad if there's nobody watching. Because I can always go onto YouTube and just delete the video and do it over. And thankfully I did not have the game saved. And I just, whoa, what happened? We're full. I wasn't paying attention to that, but that's okay. We're going to put the pipe out. All right. All right, there we go. Now we'll just leave that sit there. We'll get back in here. And the truck could just stay there until we're done. Well, it won't stay there until we're done. We'll have to come back to it and move it. I'll have to back it up. But we can do that after we get the helper going. Okay. Now we're going to turn the helper loose. Now we should be good to go for a bit. Let's go ahead and get our truck out of the way. Let's just get this guy out of the way. We're going to pull it down here a ways. I might as well turn around, but normally I wouldn't drive out into my crop like that, but now we're going to leave it sit right there for a minute. Now you can see how this helper turns the machine off while he's turning around. On the front lighter, the harvester, the green harvester that we have, it does not do that. That is a feature I do like. Now what I was doing before, I talked about this in the last episode, I've been doing some multitasking, having multiple helpers running equipment at the same time, sometimes in different fields, and it was just too much. So I decided to go back to the play style that I have been doing previously, and that's just doing one operation at a time. If I'm in like a really big field, I don't mind having multiple operations going. But for smaller fields, because you have to keep track of where everybody's at and what they're doing. You have to watch for their mistakes so you can fix them. And there are times when you need to be in two places at the same time. And because you can't be, somebody really messes up. So I decided to eliminate that. Now, like I said, in certain fields, if they're big enough, then I don't mind having like the cultivator and the seeder working at the same time. But now where I have a bigger planter and it also does soybeans, I'll probably do all the cultivating, or at least almost all the cultivating, before I have the planter go out and get it started, because it's much bigger, so it will cover the field faster. It will catch up with the cultivator. So I just have to do things strategically, but it gets to be hard if you have them in different fields and stuff, and that's what I was trying to do, trying to work different implements in different fields, and that was not working out for me too good. Now on calm lands, I've got some big fields, and I do use multitasking in it. I'll have 5 different operations all going on at the same time in the same field, but it's easier for me to keep track of what's going on because everybody's in the same field. Over here, I was trying to adopt that strategy, but I was splitting people up in different fields, and that just was, it just wasn't working for me. And thankfully the helper cannot do crop damage. I have crop damage turned off in the settings, but I try not to drive out into the crops any more than necessary. Every once in a while I will drive across a field just because it's more convenient, and I know I have crop damage turned off, so I can do it without it messing up the game. But for the most part, I don't do that. I will go around. Sorry guys, have to yawn. And it's 1:32 in the morning where I live. Okay. I don't think we'll make it over there to where the truck's at before it gets full. So what we're going to do is we're going to come in now and we'll get over here on the other side into the already harvested area. Now we won't be in the way and it will be closer to where we're going to be collecting grain when the time comes. Now we are going to be putting soybeans in these fields this time. We want to recover some cash. So we're going to plant everything. All our fields will have soybeans in them for this one cycle. And occasionally we may do that. But this time is the only time I really, well, I say it's the only time I actually plan on doing that. Because we'll be adding more fields. So we may not have to plant every field in soybeans. But I already know I want to buy another one of these harvesters. And I need $1 million. So I want to buy another harvester, another header, another arable crop header. Because we're going to be buying fields in other places on the map. And I don't want to have to drive all the way across the map every time. So if we just buy more equipment, and I can buy another one of these harvesters now. And as far as the memory goes, as far on the PlayStation, it's only going to require one slot. Which I don't know how many this one took. Let's see if we can take a quick peek. Let's see how many slots that took. Does it tell me? Oh, 25. See, it took 25 slots. If I buy another one, it's only going to take one. Let's look in here right quick. Oh, up here. Let's go up here. Let's go harvesters. And let's go. That's not the one. We want this one. And what's it say? Well, it says minus 24. I thought it would only be one because I already own one of these. Although that's not the one. Is it? Is that the one I bought? What if I do this? No, we don't. We're going to be careful. Don't want to sell it right out from under me. It's okay. The AGCO. Okay. Whoops. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's this one. Yeah. Now, did that tell me how many slots it's going to take? 2. So instead of taking 25, it only requires 2 for the second one. I thought it only took 1. Once you bought the first one, I thought all the others were only 1 slot each. But apparently maybe on the bigger equipment, it's 2. Which I don't like the way they do that, because they limit me as to how much I can actually play. So I honestly think that, you know, if I want to fill up my entire PlayStation hard drive, if I want to take up all the memory with 1 game, I should be able to do that. But that's not how they work. And that's unfortunate. All right, let's get our truck. Wow. That sticks out a little bit farther than what I'm used to, guys. Wow. Now we'll reposition the harvester when we get down to the other end, because I don't want to harvest the road. I want to harvest the field, and the helper's going to turn and he's going to be harvesting the road. He actually could harvest all the way across the road, maybe into the other field too. I wonder if it will reach all the way across. Let's let it turn around by itself and see what happens. Now, this will be the only time I actually do this. No, it's not going to reach over into the other field, so there's no point in doing it, because I don't like doing that anyway. So since it's not going to do what I thought it might, it would have looked cool to see it harvesting on both the edge of both fields at the same time. But since how that's not what's going to happen, I'll relocate it, or yeah, reposition it. So this will be 2 fields harvested, 2 more to go. Now if you happen to watch my video, or if you happen to watch this live stream after it's been posted to YouTube as a video, I'd appreciate it if you could give me a thumbs up. And if you're not a subscriber, please consider subscribing. I'm a little tiny channel. So giving me a like and a subscribe is not going to mess up anybody else's algorithms. All in all, I will say this is a pretty relaxing game. So we'll just ride along for a while. I don't really have a lot to talk about at the moment. I sometimes kind of run out of things to say. At least as far as game-related things are concerned. Now we've still got one field to finish up over there. It's pretty small. I will be curious to see just how much sunflowers we end up with off of this section. If we do not have a truck full, we will go, we'll just advance, once we get all these fields done, we'll advance time until our other sunflower field is ready to harvest. We can take a look at it on the map right quick. We can see that, yeah, we can sleep one day and this field will be ready to harvest. So we can just sleep overnight and then we can go harvest this field. If we don't have a truckload, well, even if we do, we can sleep overnight, get this field ready to harvest, and we can take our truckload and go sell it. We'll see what happens. But yeah, that's going to be ready to harvest into next month. And these will be ready to harvest soon. I don't remember buying that field. No, I didn't. It just happens to be ready to harvest. But we own these three right here. Yeah, see how that says 48 in white? Okay. I thought because it was the same color, I'm thinking, wait a minute, I don't remember buying that. Well, it's too bad we have to operate at such a slow speed. But the other modded header just did not work out very well. 26 miles an hour is just too fast to be harvested. The momentum, the helper cannot stop. It keeps rolling. So every time we had a full tank, it would roll over the top of unharvested crop. And then I would have to fire the helper. I'd have to empty the tank, fire the helper, and back up because the helper would skip what it had rolled over. So I would have to fire the helper, back up, and rehire the helper. So it wasn't worth all that. But it sure got things harvested fast, I can tell you that. A little too fast for my liking, though, even as far as like for video purposes, live streaming videos. Because I am live streaming, but once the live stream is ended, then it's just another video. I've just made long videos. But it just was too fast. It was like getting the harvesting done so fast and everything else. was more at the realistic speeds. So I got to thinking, okay, I don't really like that either. So we just switched out headers. And got the unmodded ones. Just the base game headers. Both the corn header and the regular standard header. But it will be still faster than we were harvesting with the top liner. The top liner, we're just gonna take it, we're gonna use it on the farm. We got 3 small fields there, so we can use it on those 3, and then possibly we'll use it on these 3 fields, this one, and this one, and possibly this one. We'll use this bigger harvester, I think, on these. But I may just stick with what I've been doing with using the, because these are pretty small in comparison. So we may just use the front liner, or the top liner, not front liner, top liner. On these fields right here, we will end up buying these 2 fields right here. Not yet, we're not quite ready for that yet. But we want to have all that. Now, I think what I might do, well, let me see, where are we at? 78%. Where is my, maybe I can get one of these fields, get some fertilizer down. We'll let the helper go and throw some fertilizer down. Probably only do the 1 field for now, because that way I can get the cultivator started. And I don't really want to do that. I'm not too interested in doing a lot of multitasking. But if I can go ahead and run the fertilizer spreader, then when I'm ready for the cultivator, I'll already have it. I'll have this field ready to go. Now, I think it would be nice if our harvester was running at this 11 miles an hour. That would be about the right speed. 26 miles an hour is just too much. Our top liner does good at 12 miles an hour with the modded header. Now, where's this guy going? I just want to see what he's going to do. Why is he going all the way back here like this? What's he doing? Never mind, I'm firing that guy. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. Just takes off in that field back there at grass and just goes for a joyride. I don't understand the helpers on FS22. It's, in my opinion, they work better on FS19. So I really do hope for the next iteration that the helpers are something that is now we want to just go ahead and get ready to go empty. Yep, I thought it would be just about ready. I do have to drive out into my crop here. I don't really like doing that, but I'd rather not reposition the harvester. Because that way, once he's unloaded, he can just go ahead and... Now see, we will not have a truckload. I can tell that already. Okay, now we can go ahead and we'll fertilize this field. Don't go that way. Go this way. Got to reposition it just a little bit. I want to catch the edge of that field. There we go. Now let's see if this guy actually turns around like it's supposed to, or is it just going to take off and go somewhere? Drive all out into my soybean field. See, I wish they wouldn't do that also. Right down into the creek. Now what we're going to do right here, what I should do is just assure, let's see if we can just drive down this road. Will it? It might not let me. Yep, look there. I like it. I like it. Now, who has completed their task? No, he hasn't. Let me get to the end of this row so I can stop the... Well, this guy should keep working. Let's find out. Okay. Oh, yeah, he did finish because we're over to the next field now. Okay. So we'll get this guy going. There we go. Now, I don't know if, well, we might be able to make one more pass. I'm not sure if we can or not. I'll have to look and see what it's looking like. I can't get the fertilizer out in front of the harvester because I need to harvest it before I fertilize it. Let's just fire that guy right there. And let's go this way. Missed a couple right there too. I was not expecting that. Oh, I need to back up just a little bit. I don't know why it missed that right there. Now it should fertilize underneath my truck. Yep. Oops. Now we can just leave this guy sit here and wait until we can catch the next row. So there's a couple of places that the harvester skipped just a little bit. And I don't know why. Because I actually drove the harvester across there. Maybe I just turned it off too soon. I must have before yeah, I guess I did. It's the only explanation I have because I had control of it. That's not going to work right there. I need you to come all the way back here to the end. Now look, you are not finished. See, this is what I'm talking about, the helpers. The helpers on FS22, they do not work as good as FS19. I never had these kind of problems on FS19. The helper just said, oh, I'm done, when it wasn't done. So I hope on the next iteration of Farming Simulator that there is some improvement made to the helpers. Because I don't know that there's a whole lot can be done with the graphics. The graphics are pretty good, you know what I mean? Or at least as far as I'm concerned they are. So I hope there is, see again, it's done, but it's not done. It has this whole field to do. So it's actually very troubling that helpers require so much assistance. You can't just put a helper in a machine, assign it a task, and just let it go do the task, because it's not going to do the task. And it's not going to do it properly. So that is somewhat aggravating. It's okay in a sense for me, because this is how I like to play anyway. I like to let the helper do the work. That way I do not have to have the controller in my hands, because I have arthritis and it makes my hands hurt. But I would like for the helper to do what it's supposed to do. Not get to the end of a row and say, oh, I'm done. See, here we go again. It's just, to me, that's just ridiculous. Because obviously it's not done. So, and it wasn't doing this on any of the other fields, just this one. When we got to a certain point in this field, it just started acting up. I'm starting to get a little bit of a sore throat, guys. Kind of chest congestion a little bit. It was a little bit cooler out today. This thing is driving me nuts. It just won't work properly. Now on this particular time, I don't really mind that it did that, because I would have, but it could have just went ahead and did its job, you know. But I'm used to repositioning at the end of the field. Now we can fold the header up. This guy has to go all the way down to the other end. I'm not going to harvest those, because then I got to refertilize it. It doesn't matter. I'll just use the cultivator. We are not going to take this guy to the other end right now. We're just going to park right here. And then let's get the truck out of the way, because it does not need to be sitting there. We can unload the harvester in a little bit. So this can just sit like this. And then we'll get this guy going. Come on. I'll have to fire this guy down here. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to fire him anyway. He's not gonna do this down here in this corner. See if we can catch the whole thing in one pass. Yep, got it. I'm sure barely, but we got it. Okay. So now this guy's done. Now we can go get our cultivator started. So we can take this guy just driving down to the other end down here. Oh! Oh my gosh. So I was going too fast. Wow. Let me see if I can bang into it and knock it back over the other way. Now how am I going to get that guy back on his feet again? Huh? There, just like that. Oh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. I wasn't expecting that thing to be parked over there. I thought it was down on this end. Now we're going to do the same thing as we did on our last with the harvester. We're going to change our direction when we get down here, and we're going to go all the way around, one headland row all the way around. And then when we get back to the top corner of this field right here, we'll just start letting them run. But we want to put in the one headland row because that keeps it away from the trees down here on this bottom end. Of course, we don't have the trees on this field, but on the rest of them we do. We will have to fire, drive across the road. Drive across the road and hire another helper. Now here we're just going to have to, I'm going to drive it myself here because it's going to, the field curves up here, so the helper won't follow it. That's another thing too. A worker should be able to follow a curve in the field. I mean, if the game is going to provide curved edges in a field or on the map, you know, then the helper should be able to follow that. If it's put there by the game, the helper should be able to do it. Otherwise, it defeats the purpose of hiring the helper. If the helper can't even follow the edge of the field. So we'll have to see what happens in the next iteration. Now we'll get up here to the top, and then we'll get a helper going back the other way. Actually, what I'm going to do, I'm not going to do the headland row on this side. I'm going to send a helper from here, and I'm going to have them go back the other direction. I'm going to have them start working back the other way. And that way, when this task is finished, it's going to be closer to home. And sometimes that's how I like to work it. I like to work it back towards the farm. Whatever's going to put me closer to the farm when I'm done. I don't always do that, but sometimes I like to. And I decided in this case that's what I would do since I had everything fertilized. We'll cultivate it all the way back down to the other end, and then we'll send the planter out. Now, one thing I want to do while this guy's working, let's look at the planter. Okay, we got it set to soybeans. That's what I wanted to make sure. So that's good. Yeah, because I used that one up in this field over here too. I couldn't remember if I did or not, or if I had brought it over specifically for the sunflowers. But yeah, I did use the planter in this bigger field because it does soybeans. The cultivator does a pretty good job. I have not had to help it a lot. Plus, it works at 8 miles an hour, and it's an 8.3 meter working width, which, like our top liner header, harvester, had a 6 meter header. So this felt nice, being a little bit of a wider working width and operating a little bit faster. Because our other harvester, well, both our harvesters work at 6 miles an hour, and this is at 8. So it actually covers the field just a little bit faster. Of course, it doesn't really cover faster than our harvester does with a like a 9 meter. Let's look at what's the working width of our header? Our corn header that we just used is 9 meters. So it's just barely slightly bigger. And this one is, it's a 9.2 meter. So it's just 9 meters. It's just slightly bigger than what we're working here. So actually this might cover the field faster than the harvester, because we have the faster speed. 2 miles an hour might be about to work out about the same, really, because we have, yeah, we have a 2 mile an hour speed increase on this one, but slightly narrower. Now the cedar, we will do the same thing with, well, now I'm calling it a cedar, it's a planter. But once we get ready to plant, we'll do the same process. We'll do a headland row all the way across the bottom down here by the trees. And then when we get over in this top corner, we'll start working from this end and let it work back the other way. But I'm not going to do that yet. We'll go ahead and finish cultivating, and then we'll put the planter to work. Now I got to get me a drink of Coke Zero, guys. It's 2:25 in the morning where I live. Now I'm going to end up having one little pass to make, so I am going to reposition when we get down to the other end. Just because you know me, I don't like having all the tool hanging out over in the grass and on the gravel pathway. I prefer it to be overlapped in the field. I think it just looks more appropriate. What would be pretty cool is if I could plow up that road. If I could plow that up. And just make one big field, plow all those roads up and make it one big huge field. That would be kind of cool. But I don't think I'll do it. I think it will let me. Maybe. I haven't tried it. Actually, I might not own the pathway. And like I've mentioned in a couple other previous episodes, I'm not sure if those are called roads. I guess they're, I mean, I don't know. I guess they're dirt roads. They're not really dirt, though. They're not really like roads, actually. They're kind of, you know, they're like right-of-ways, little access ways, but not necessarily a road. So I don't know what they're called. I'm not a farmer. So if you happen to be a farmer, what would you call these access points? Do you call them roads on your farm? Is that what they're called? Leave me a comment. Let me know. See, this guy did a good job in that field. I did not have to help it at all other than to reposition. And that's not because it had to be repositioned. I just wanted it repositioned. And that's not on the helper. That's just me. So I didn't have to assist the helper at all in doing its job. With the cultivator, this cultivator seems to work real. The helper is real good with it. Now there are some times when you'll see in one of our other fields, it depends on the angle of the field, on the edges, it would think it was finished working when it wasn't. It would turn around, look right at the crop in front of it and say it was finished. So I can't say that the cultivator is assistance free when it has a helper, but it did a good job on the last field. I will give it credit where credit is due. But I'm not going to say it's the one piece of equipment I don't ever have to help out, because that's not true. I do have to help it. Just had to reach over and put my little space heater on, guys. It's a little bit cool. I'm starting to get a sore throat again. Weather's been changing. It was cool, then it got warm, then cool, then warm, then cool again. So I'm having like a springtime cold, a little bit of a sore throat. I was feeling pretty good, but I'm starting to feel a little run down. But I feel good enough to be able to finish what we're working on. At least for these 4 fields. I've been live streaming for an hour and a half now, 90 minutes. And it is 2:30 in the morning where I live. So we'll finish up these fields. I don't know if I'll do anything beyond that in this episode. In the last episode, I stretched it out a little bit because really just when I was getting to a point where I was about ready to quit and call it an episode, finish it up, somebody came in and started watching. And I don't like to leave like immediately when somebody comes in to watch. So I went ahead and I actually did this entire field up here, this green field right here. I did this entire field after I was ready to end the live stream. But like I said, somebody came in to watch, and I appreciate that. So I went ahead and extended my live stream, and we ended up being about 5.5 hours. Actually 5 hours 38 minutes. I have had a few that were longer. I mean, I think three other ones were longer. I wouldn't mind doing like a 10-hour live stream sometime just to do it, but I'm not going to do that. I'm probably not going to do that yet. Because I normally only have one other person watching. I generally do not have anybody in chat. There has been a couple times I've had somebody in chat, but so I'm probably not going to do an extremely long live stream. Now, if I just wanted to save time, I could go ahead and get my cedar started, but it would catch up real quick. But I could do the one field that we've already got cultivated. And once I got this field finished cultivating, I could go ahead and start the cedar in this field. But I don't want to do that. Hello, welcome, or welcome back, whichever the case may be. If you happen to be in here earlier and we had another abrupt ending, my PlayStation started acting all weird. I lost my microphone, lost all the sound. Things weren't working like they were supposed to, so I just had to shut down and start over again. And we're just working on cultivating right now. Then we'll do some planting. We're going to be getting these 4 fields planted in soybeans. I don't like the abrupt endings, but sometimes it can't be helped. Actually, what I did with that one, because I had only been live streaming for a couple minutes, and I had been live streaming for, well, about 12 minutes, and it had been messed up the entire time. Things were going wrong, and I couldn't figure out what was going on, and then everything just kind of quit. So I was able to get it back on track. So I just deleted that live stream off my channel because I didn't want a 12-minute live stream. And I exited the game without saving anything that I had already done, so it set it back to where we had started from. So I've had to do that a couple times actually. I'm starting to get a sore throat again, so I'm not talking quite as much as I normally would, I guess. Temperatures keep changing where I live. It'll be up in the 70s, and then it'll drop down in the 50s, and then back up in the 70s, down in the 50s. I'm getting a sore throat again. I just had like a little bit of a cold, and I've been feeling pretty good the last couple days, and then I just started feeling kind of bad here within the last couple hours. Now when we get up to this end of this row, I will reposition the cultivator. And if you've watched my streams, you kind of understand how it is when I get to the edge of the field like that. I don't like for the tool to be dragged out across the road in the grass and everything. I want it to stay in the field. As far as the game is concerned, it doesn't matter. You can let it, but I don't think it looks cool like this. I don't like it if it's positioned like this, where I'm dragging it down the road. I don't like it when it's like that. The game doesn't care. You can let it run like that. It's no big deal. But I don't like to do that. I prefer it to be like this. I just think it looks better. So that's what I do. Now, if it's only overhanging just a little bit, I'll let it run. And sometimes, like if I'm multitasking, I'll be busy, and when I come back, it's already halfway through the row, and it's not in the position I would really want it to be in. I'll let it go ahead and finish. Like I said, the game doesn't care. But I prefer to have it like this. And I'm not really going to be doing a lot of multitasking anymore. That got very complicated on smaller fields. On big fields, like when I go back on calm lands, there's going to be some fields. I have one field already that if I don't do the multitasking, then it is going to take a long time. Oh, I was hoping I could clear that. It's hard to see where that end pipe. There it is. I knew I could see it, but I thought I had it in a position to where I could clear it. Now I could go ahead and start the planter in that field over there, but I don't want to do that. I'm just going to let this guy finish, because I don't want to have to be switching back and forth from field to field trying to pay attention to what both of them are doing. It gets too complicated. If they can all be in the same field, it's easier, because I can just look right there and see what everybody's doing, keep track of everybody. But what I was going to say is on calm lands, like I have a soybean field, it's big enough that even if I have all 5 operations going on at one time in that field, it still takes like 5.5 hours to complete just one field. Because on calm lands, I can't use a bigger harvester. It doesn't work. I tried it before. The ground is too bumpy, so I have to use smaller equipment. So we'll get these 4 fields planted before we end this live stream. And I've been live streaming for about 1 hour and 45 minutes now. What I can do, since that guy seems to be working pretty good on his own. Oh, I thought I was in this thing right here. We are going to take this over here. I'm just going to get it positioned where we're going to start it. You can see signs laying on the grass back there where the harvester, the harvester We're going to start down here with the headland row. And we're going to go take a headland row all the way around. Now we can just sit right there. Now, we did not sell the sunflowers that we just, well, we're not going to sell them anyway, the sunflowers that we just harvested. They're all going to go into our oil mill. I have not put them in there yet because we've got another field of sunflowers. And I want to see if we can get, I don't think we can get a full truckload, even including the other fields. So this field right here behind us, that I did in soybeans, I just did that for cash. This is also going to be sunflowers. Beginning on the next rotation. We're doing all these fields in soybeans. So every field that we have will be done in soybeans on this rotation. We've got 2 more fields we'll have to harvest. One is sunflowers. I think, what is the other? I don't even remember what the other one is actually at this point. I think it's canola. Yeah, canola. I thought it was. I thought it was supposed to be canola. And then we'll do those 2 fields in soybeans also. Now, it will not take us as long to get this planted as it is for us to cultivate, because our planter is wider, so it will cover ground a lot quicker. I'm not sure about the speed. I think the speed of the tractor is just a little bit slower. I can't remember. We can find out right quick. We can take a look here. Not there. There. And we can go to the planter. And what is its working speed? 12 meters, 11 miles an hour. Oh, see, it's much faster. It's faster and wider. So yeah. It will finish a lot quicker, actually. Our cedar is only a 6-meter working width, but the planter is 12, and it will also do soybeans. And I'm thinking about putting a chicken coop right there in that grassy area over there. But I'm not going to do that yet. We don't need to do that just yet. Now, it won't take too long at all to finish up this field right here, the one beside us there. It won't take too long to get that one finished, the cultivating. Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3 more passes with the cultivator in this field. I'll have to reposition it after, not this pass, but after the next one. I'll reposition it to catch the very edge. I'm trying not to talk too much, guys. My throat's sore. almost finished with the cultivating. It won't take too long to get this other field done. It is quite a bit smaller. All right. On the last field of cultivating. And we just hit the 2-hour live stream mark. I'm not sure how long it'll take to finish with the planter. Either in yesterday's episode or actually I think maybe it was a couple days ago, a couple episodes ago, I guessed that it would take an hour to finish for the, I can't remember what I was doing at the time, but I think I was planting canola, or I was using my seeder because the planter won't plant that. The seeder does canola. And because it's only a 6-meter working width, I estimated that it would take an hour to finish, and it took exactly 1 hour, to the minute, 60 minutes to finish. So I have no clue how long it would take this planter to actually plant these fields in soybeans. I'm thinking maybe a half hour. I'll see if I can time that, just to see how close it is to a half hour. I'm guessing a half hour to run the planter over all 4 of these fields. Because 2 of the fields are kind of small. This one on the one and the one on the other end, they're a little bit smaller. So I'm guessing a half hour. Now you can see how our harvester wiped out a bunch of signs. It knocked over 3 street signs down here by the road. That's worse than what I did when I was controlling it. We're running over one right now. You can see it, bam. That street sign there, there's one here, and there's a third one. I'm kind of not used to not talking, guys. Even though that's probably the best thing I could do right now is not to be talking a lot, because like I said, I'm starting to get a sore throat again. Kind of feeling a little bit of chest congestion. And I know it's just due to all the temperature changes we've been having here lately. It actually sprinkled a little bit of rain today too, and I was outside. Not very much. I was outside just burning off some trash in the burn barrel. And it started sprinkling rain just a little bit. Not a lot. I didn't get wet or anything like that. But I don't think it helped me any. Just that little bit of moisture in the air, with the temperature being just a little bit cooler, I don't think it was beneficial. I had to get me a Coke, drink a Coke Zero there, guys. Honestly, I didn't feel bad when I started this live stream. But since I started, I've just started feeling like I got this, like I said, a little bit of a sore throat, some chest congestion going on. So hopefully it won't get any worse. It might get a little bit worse, but hopefully not too extreme. I just got over having like a cold, and I went 3 or 4 days without a live stream just because I didn't feel good. And I really don't like to go more than 2 days without doing a live stream. I don't so much mind missing one day. I like to do one every day if I could, but that's just not always possible. So when I can, I do. And that way, if I do need to skip a day, I think everybody will be okay with that. Like I said, I'm a small, tiny little channel. So it's not like I have hundreds of people that are just lined up waiting to watch. Join the live stream. Maybe someday. I don't really expect it, but maybe someday. Who knows? I do like being able to do these live streams, though. I like doing live streams better than I do just making plain videos. Which I have done that, even gaming videos. I have done that, just experimenting, trying to, learn a little bit about it, getting comfortable with it and stuff, because to be honest, I'm probably like a lot of other people. I don't particularly care for the sound of my own voice, the recorded. It's not like I don't I don't like to hear myself talk. I don't like to hear myself recorded. But I have been told I have a good voice for ASMR. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've been told that. I don't know how to make chat active. I mean, it's active. That's not the right word. Because the chat is active, but I don't know how to get participants in the chat. I've had a couple of people come in there. I've had 3 people come in there that all they wanted to do was multiplayer, and they never said hello or anything like that. They were just like, hey, can I join? Can you make a room for me to play so we can play multiplayer? And it's like, well, I'm doing a live stream, so no, I can't do that. And then I have had 2 people who did come in and chat for a bit, which was really cool. And they both subscribed, and I in turn went and subscribed to their channels also. And one of them was doing live streams of FS22 on YouTube, and has since stopped doing it. They went to a different platform, and they actually came in and told me what platform they had switched over to, and invited me to come over there to that platform. But YouTube, I've wanted to do live streaming on YouTube for a long time. I wish I could just do live streaming, period. But I'm a long ways from meeting YouTube requirements for live streaming. But I don't know why it is I'm able to do it. Now, I actually want to reposition, because I don't want to hit that tractor down there when I get to that end. But if you're going through the PS5, you can do live streams. So I don't know why that is, but I'm glad it is that way. I do have a curiosity. I watch people do videos, do live streams, with the picture in a picture. You know, because they have their own picture up there too. We are finished with that guy. I'll get back to what I was going to say here in a second, guys. Let's get this guy started. Anyway, they have a picture in a picture, so you can see them. I don't have my picture on here. I have some other videos that are not gaming videos, just regular videos that I am in, if somebody just needs to see what I look like. But right now, I had to shave my beard off. I normally have a long white beard, but in the winter time, let's get to the soybeans. In the winter time, I was trying to light up a propane or propane heater, and I couldn't get it to light quick enough but the gas was released, and it ended up singeing my beard. So I ended up having to shave it off. Got to start over. And that's okay. I mean, it is what it is. But I do not have a camera that works with the PlayStation. But what I'm wondering is, if I had a camera with the PlayStation, could I enlarge that picture, like the picture of myself, could I enlarge that to where it covered the entire screen so I could actually, whoops, what happened? I forgot to turn it on because I'm doing this part myself. I got to go around this curve up here. So I had forgot to turn the machine on. There we go. But can I enlarge the picture big enough to where it actually covers the whole screen? So you can't see the game in the background. You wouldn't be able to see the game. And I could just leave the game sit like at the opening screen. I got a little bit squirrely right there, guys, but it doesn't matter. It's just a headland row. Keep me away from those trees. That way I could do other kinds of videos using the PlayStation camera. I don't know if I could do that or not, but not videos, live streams. I could do other live streams using the PlayStation camera. Now this will have to overlap just a little bit because I got a little bit off. So we'll let the first row just overlap wherever it works out. It doesn't really matter that much. That'll be fine right there like that. And we'll let the helper sort it out. There we go. So I'm wanting to get a camera that works with the PlayStation, just so I can do some experiment and some testing. I think it would be cool if I am able to use that camera and enlarge that picture big enough to where it covers the whole screen. And then that way I can actually make live streams of other stuff, doing other things, as long as I'm close enough to the PlayStation for the camera to work. I don't know why it didn't back up a little farther. But it'll be a while before I do anything like that, because my son-in-law in Texas, he's actually the one that told me I could live stream through PlayStation. So the next time I go to his house, which will be in October, I think, I'll have him experiment with his and see if the camera, just the image that the camera produces, if it can be enlarged big enough to cover the whole screen, so you can't actually see what's going on behind it. Because that might be a loophole. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the loophole. So I can live stream other stuff. I wish I could live stream with my phone, but I can't. Like I said, my channel is a long way from meeting the requirements, the YouTube requirements for live streaming. And it may never meet the requirements for live streaming. I don't know. All right, now will this guy back up far enough, or am I going to have to Nope, see? It doesn't want to do it. So I have to help it. The cultivator is the one piece of equipment that I have to help the least. I didn't even look to see what time it was when I actually started doing this either. Oh well. So now I'm not going to know if my 30-minute guess was accurate or not. Now I will tell you that I don't know who's watching right now. I do know that somebody is watching, but I just want to say thank you. I appreciate it. I would venture to guess that you are a regular participant in the live stream, or as far as watching is concerned, because there is somebody that does watch quite a bit of my live streams, and I just want to say thank you. Oh, he did it right that time. Now we will have to reposition at the end of this row. Gotta go slow. This thing is like one of the hardest things I have to back up. I don't know if it's because it's so long that the access point is not where you think it is. But it is difficult to back up. Now maybe it can handle the rest of it on its own. Oh wow. I just realized I better be doing some repairs on this thing when I get done. Look at that. Wow. It's almost non-functional. Get low on fuel too. It's the maintenance that's bothering me right now. I don't want to have to take this thing over there and take it over and repair it. I could go get our repair kit and bring it over here. I might do that. I'm gonna let that guy run. Let's go over here. We're not too far away. We'll go get our repair kit and bring it over. That is the nice thing about having a repair kit like this. We can pick it up and walk with it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to get over here. I've never done this before. I'm going to try to catch up with where this guy's at. Whoa. I'm barely able to outrun it. But when he gets over here and stops, fire this guy. Now get out. Where's my toolbox? Aha, see? $15,000 worth of repairs needed. All right, totally repaired. Now, I better move this out of the way. I'll just put it right here for a second. Okay, I gotta move it again because it's still gonna be in the way. I thought I could just turn the helper loose. We'll just go down here a little bit, it's fine. Now we'll get back in here, get it repositioned, and then we'll put the helper back in it. It's a good thing I have crop damage turned off, because I would be making a big mess out of my fields. There we go. Now we can take our toolbox and put it back where it goes. That is the first time I've ever done that. But I guess it's the first time I ever really needed to do that. And I'm glad I have this portable repair shop. I've always had the tendency to overlook. Ooh! Yes, Mr. Deer. Cool. Now let's see if I can get this thing. Perfect. And now we'll just jump back in with this guy's fast travel. Now, I don't have any kind of portable fuel tank like that. I could try to buy a truck and put a fuel tanker on it where I could haul some fuel around, but we do have free fuel over at the farm, so when we get done, we'll just drive over to the farm and fuel it up. I got enough fuel to get this job done. And if I get done, well, if I start running out before I get done, if it gets down really super low, then I can always go into the menu and have the helper start buying his own fuel, because I have that turned off because I get free fuel, so I don't need for the helper to be buying fuel. But anytime I get down to where it looks like I might run out before I finish the job, I can always just change that setting long enough to get the job done. But we should be plenty okay. Now, I think one of the things I kind of need to learn how to do, I did it once before, and I did it on this map, actually, Elm Creek, on my PS4. Because in this game, like for example, I could assign a helper to drive this tractor with this fertilizer spreader, and it is actually parked over here. Yeah, it's parked over here. It's right here. It's parked right here. I could assign a driver, a helper, to take this over to this field and park it right here. So, which means I could assign a driver to, like, here's our harvester, our truck, our dump truck, other equipment here. That's the cultivator, I think. But anyway, I could assign a task to a helper to drive this equipment down here, because this is where we're going to be using it next. But I've only done that once. I'm not real familiar with how to do it. I need to kind of learn how to do it, because I could go ahead and have helpers start taking all of our other machinery down to where we're going to need it. Instead of me having to take the time in between the jobs to be able to take all the equipment down there. So at some point I need to kind of like figure out how to do that. Now I want to reposition. Now we'll back up slowly, slowly, slowly. If I go slow enough, I do pretty good, but this one is a little bit tricky. All right, so we got 2 fields to go. One is rather small. Just go slow, slow, slow. Take my time. As long as I don't get in a hurry, I can back this stuff up pretty good, but I'm kind of a lead finger. Can't be a lead foot, I'm a lead finger. Put my finger on the accelerator button. Really, it would not hurt for me to have another seeder like this one that I just kept down here on this end for these 5 fields. But, or planter rather, because these are basically going to be sunflowers and soybeans, and I can get both of those with this piece of equipment. And that is sometimes better than having to drive stuff from one end of the map to the other to be able to accomplish a goal. So I got to take care of something right quick, guys. I'm going to let you ride along with this guy, and I'll be back in just a minute. Alright, I'm back. Had to go take care of something right quick. It's 3:40 in the morning where I live. I wonder if I have other equipment that needs to be repaired. I've been trying to keep an eye on it. No, everything else is good. Now this part's going by pretty quick. I wish I had thought to look at the clock when I started this planter, just so I would know whether my guess at 30 minutes was, I know it's close probably. So we will once again reposition when we get to the end. It's so easy to get this thing going crooked. And I don't know if it, well, it probably has to do part of it with the speed of the tractor too, because the speed will jump up so quick that you cannot back this stuff up fast. You have to go slow. Now I'm going to be interested in seeing how that planter handles that end of the field right there. I did this once before, but I think I put a headland row on it. I can't remember. All right, last field. It's a little bit smaller. So once I get done with this field, we'll get all of our equipment down to the other end where we're going to need it next. No, I thought we might take that last sign out. Almost. I had a feeling it was going to do that. Just by the way it was backing up and stuff like that. If you watch what the tool is doing, you can kind of tell. I had the feeling it was going to turn around, face the field, and then say, "Oh, I'm done." I don't know why it does that. It makes absolutely zero sense to me at all. So, like I say, I hope in FS25 they have addressed some of these issues that the helpers have. Because, I mean, it makes absolutely no sense that the helper turns around and looks at the field that it needs to do the job in and says, "Oh, I'm done." And since it did it last time, I suspect it will do it again this time. Because the angle on this end of the field is the same. So I suspect it's going to do the same thing again. Yep. I bet it does. Watch. See? No, it didn't. It just didn't start in the right spot. And I may just go ahead and sleep for another day, and we can go down there and harvest our other sunflower field. I feel like I could do one more. It's a little bit bigger field. It'll take a little bit of time to finish it, but I feel like I'm not real tired. I am tired, but I'm not too tired to do one more field. That will have all the sunflowers taken care of. Come on. It's doing something different every time now. It just makes no sense to me. But you can see why I ride along with the helper. I can't go do other stuff because they're not reliable. Well, I do think it's taken more than 30 minutes for us to do the planting, but I bet it's not too much more than that, maybe 40. But I do think it was longer than 30. But I don't think it was much longer. I just wish I had remembered to look at the clock. Even if I had just looked up at the game clock to see what time it was in game. But I didn't. I didn't think about it. But I'll try to on another time when we're doing these fields, just to see how long it takes for this planter to cover all these fields up here, all 4 of them. But yeah, I think we'll go down to the other end now and we'll do our other sunflower field. I feel up to it. Are we going to be able to cover this whole thing? Or am I going to have to do one tiny little row? I'm going to reposition it. I am going to say that. I bet I'm going to have one tiny little row I have to do, which is not going to be cool. Yeah, oh darn. Oh well. It started out catching all of it. I'm going to have to drive it back down. Oh well. Now we'll take this guy over and we'll get some fuel and we'll start getting all of our equipment down to the other end. And you guys know I don't like to drive around too much with the equipment unfolded. So we'll go back here and get some fuel. There we go. Free fuel. Then we have our other header sitting down here. That's not it. This is it right here. Okay. Okay, that can stay there. All right, well, get this down there. Oh, you know what I need to do? Let's do this. Oh, no, it's okay. I've got sunflower and I'm going to be doing sunflower. It's okay. Because we're going to be harvesting sunflower down here. And thankfully we can fold this header so it fits across that bridge. We're just going to leave that harvester sit where it's at. And we're primarily going to be using the green harvester now, just over here on the farm and on this field right past the farm here. So we basically have 4 fields that we will be using our green harvester for, that top liner. So it's smaller, but it's a good size for our field, our farm, because the fields are small. We're going to start unfolding. We got to go sleep for a day, but we're going to get everything positioned. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run through here. We're going to go sleep for a day. We will sleep. What month is it? January. We're going to sleep until 9 o'clock. And then that field will be ready to harvest. Oh no, snow? I don't want snow. We'll have to run the clock if we do. And I have seen it snow for like 3 or 4 days in a row, which if you're playing 1 day months, that means it snowed for 4 months. All right, we'll get this guy down there. Actually, I don't need that guy down there yet. He's not critical. I can get it here in a few minutes. I can get the harvester started, and I can come back and get the cultivator. We'll get this truck down there, though. Now, I think we can go ahead. This is the only thing we have left that we need to bring down there. So we will go ahead and get the harvester started. I got to make a headland row. Actually, I'm going to just let this make one pass down and back. And then we'll go the other way. We'll do a down and back across the other end. and then we'll just let it go. Now I may have to help this guy. I hope it backs up to the proper spot. It looks like it will. Good job. I will say I'm a little bit surprised, but I am glad. So I am pleasantly surprised. Let's see if we can drive this down, at least part way, before that harvester gets down to the other end. I'm not sure if I can beat it. And I have an objective in mind. So I should have just stayed with the harvester. I'm going to jump back in it here in a second. So I'm going to get this guy part way down here anyway. Yeah, I figured I better be getting back over here. All right, I have now been live streaming for 3 hours and 3 minutes, I think. Well, actually 3 hours and maybe 1 minute. Because I think it was 2 minutes after 1 o'clock in the morning when I started. And it's now 3 minutes after 4 in the morning where I live. Now we'll let this thing go down there and back. I can go ahead and run this up a little bit farther. Should be able to get it all the way back up here this time. Because we're going to let that harvester go, turn around and come back. So we should be good to go. And we're just going to go right here. Like that. Now we're going to send him this way. Now let's take a look at our oil mill. Right quick, let's just come down here to productions. I'm going to be really interested to see if we can fill that up. We've got to get some more canola in there. We're not in a big hurry, but I only have one canola field right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how this stuff works out. So I will need to come up with another canola field. Do I have canola? Canola. Yeah, I got 35,000 liters of canola in the silo. Okay. Now you can see why I did 2 headland rows right there, because you saw how close he was to that fence, trying to turn around. And it's the same thing down at that end. There's a fence. And that's why I do the 2 headland rows. I could drive along beside him and let him empty and just keep it moving, but I like to wait. I've done that before. But I usually just like to wait until it puts its pipe out. Now see, I could not do with the modded header, the tool height control header, I could not do what I'm doing right now. I could not sit in the truck, the harvester empty itself, and then just take off again. I mean, it would do that, but it would skip some because the momentum of the harvester, the entire section underneath the harvester would not even be harvested. It would have just rolled right over the top of it without harvesting it because it was full. So I would literally have to fire the helper, back up, and restart it. So that's why I got rid of those headers and came back to just the standard header, the base game header. And I'm pretty happy with the way it works, even though it's taken longer. It actually, in comparison to the length of time, the speed that all the other equipment works, this blends in much better than having that super fast harvester. In certain situations, like on no man's land, well, I don't even think I would want to use it on no man's land. In FS19, it did not do that. It would stop. I never had to mess with it. So, like I said, in my opinion, the helpers work a lot better in FS19 than they do on FS22, which is kind of peculiar. So hopefully on the next iteration, they put a lot more focus on the helpers, because I don't think they can improve on the graphics. Or I don't know how they could improve on the graphics. They might use a different engine or something like that, but I mean, I think the graphics are pretty good, you know what I mean? So if it's going to take them 3 years to develop a new game when most of the stuff can just be carried over, then hopefully it's on helpers. A lot of focus will be put on the helpers and how they work. Now you can watch how this, I mean the ground looks level, but you can watch how the thing, you can see how that harvester, especially if you watch the header itself, you can see how it's bouncing. When I tried to use a header like this on calm lands, it would literally bounce over the top of the crop and not harvest it in certain places because the ground is a lot rougher. It's not basically flat like this, because this is pretty flat. It doesn't really have bumps in it, but as it's bumping around, I don't know why it's doing so much bouncing around, but it does bounce around some. Not all, constantly, but you can see, you can look at it and you can see it bouncing. But I tried to use this bigger equipment on calm lands, and it was skipping stuff all over the place. So I can only use small stuff on calm lands. It takes a long time. Well, I can use like I have the same cultivator, fertilizer spreader. Actually, I think I have the same harvester too, that top liner. So I'm using all the starting equipment. I have upgraded like the cultivator and stuff like that, and I bought some new tractors. I will jump back onto calm lands. I want to show y'all my no man's land too, and my calm lands, but I might do that at the beginning of the next episode, because we'll be on that screen, so we can just load those two maps in, just to like show you around a little bit. Of course it'll be well, if I do it at the start of the stream, probably the only people that will see it are those that actually view it after it's posted as a video. Or I might do it at the end of the next live stream. And then again, I might just wait until I actually jump back on calm lands. I'll probably do another couple of episodes of Elm Creek, and then I'll go back and do another episode of calm lands. Because I think most of the people I've watched playing this game, they just stay on the same map until they're satisfied that they've reached the end of the series on that map, and then they start a new map. They don't have multiple maps going at the same time. I kind of like to do that though. But you kind of get where you're like on here, you know, you have an objective, you have a goal, and you kind of want to keep working towards that goal and not get interrupted in the thought process, because this map is about production, the production chains and stuff like that, and calm lands is not. Calm lands for me is about amassing crop in my silo, because my silos on calm lands will hold 100 million liters of grain. So that's my goal on that map, is to fill my silos with 100 million liters of grain. That's a lot of grain, by the way, 100 million liters. But on here, on Elm Creek, it's about the production chains. So right now, I'm just starting with what's familiar to me. But then I kind of would like to do some stuff I haven't done before. So I do want to do olives. I want to do olives in the field that's just on the other side of the railroad tracks right there. Sorry guys, I had to yawn. It is 4:17 in the morning where I live. Now, once I get this field replanted, and then we get that one done over there, which, let me see here. It's going to take, it's going to take 2 more months. I'm going to have to sleep because it has to be the dark green like this, and then you sleep one time and it's going to be ready to harvest. So this has got 2 more stages to go, it looks like. Actually, it might have 3. No, it's going to go 1, 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to have to skip. In order to get this one to go to here, I got to skip once, skip twice. I'm going to have to sleep 3 more times. Oh my goodness. And then these fields are going to be ready again also. Oh wow. All right, well. But anyway, we will have a lot of soybeans because we're planting this field in soybeans, and then once we harvest that canola up there, we're going to plant that in soybeans. So all our fields are going to have a soybean. So we'll get a lot of soybeans through the next rotation, and that's going to get us a really good amount of money. But of course we need a good amount of money. We've got millions of dollars worth of land to buy. We had, just as an example, this field right here is like $600,000, but it also includes land up this way too. We'll see. But see, it's 605,000, but you get all that land right there. So we could do some trees up there and stuff. And then this here is like 700,000. No, that was only 400,000. There was one that I saw that I thought was 700,000. That's 500,000 just for that one. Well, yeah, there's 700,000. 727,000 for that block of land right there. You get those 2 fields, but you also get all this up here. I don't know what could be done with that, but still, that's a lot of money. We can sell off other crops like canola. How much does canola sell for? Well, 3,800. So we want to keep our oil mill full of canola, and then also be able to keep putting canola in our in the silo until we have enough for a full dump truck load. And once we have enough in there for a full dump truck load, we can go sell it. I don't want to sell anything less than a dump truck full when it comes to selling. We'll take whatever we can get and put in our factory, but we want to keep the factory full. So that's the first priority, is to make sure we have for the factory. But once we can fill it up and still have a truckload, a full truckload left over, then we'll go sell it. But not until then. So we're a ways off from that, but we're working towards that. And then we want to do the same thing like with wheat, barley, oats, and sorghum. I want to have a truckload of each of those before I put any of it in the grain mill, and then we'll fully load the grain mill and then buy the grain mill, so we get all that grain back. Okay. We'll just leave the truck sit there. So it looks like we'll make one more pass, and then I'll have to reposition it to catch this last little edge. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to drive this truck down here. I'm going to put it all the way down here at the end. since this is where we're going to be when we're done. Actually, let's do it like this. Let's put it over here. About like this will be good. And then we'll finish, we'll fill it up and just drive it right over there. Now, we want to reposition. Oh. Missing that outside edge. Now, will we have enough sunflowers to fill the oil mill with sunflower seeds? I don't know. We will all know here very soon. That's all I can say. We'll find out together. Oh, don't do that. Now we can just leave that sit there for a second. Do we have enough grain to fill the oil mill? Let's find out. Let's find out. And you know what I ought to do? That can empty. Let's go around here right quick because I don't remember doing this. Look. $1,000. Says you found a horse. There are 9 more horses. Very good. That's probably the only collectible around the oil mill. So I'm not going to look anymore right now. Oh, it did not. I thought it would continue to empty if I got out, but it did not. Okay. I'll have to remember that. And then we can just drive back over here. Because this is where we're going to be using it on this canola field. And we can just park right here like this. This is fine. Okay. Now we can get this out of here. We're going to have to take this and put on a different header. But we do not have to do that right this minute. So we're just going to park this over here out of the way. And then we want the fertilizer spreader. But before we do that, let's look and see. Did we fill the oil mill? Almost. Look at that. Almost full. So if I went and I got the sunflowers, do we have sunflower in there? No, we don't. Okay. I don't have any sunflowers in there. Let's see. We want this. Now I will just drive this myself for now. See how close that fence is to this field? That's why we have to do a double headland row with stuff, just to get away from those fences. There's one on at each end of the field. It's like that. Now hopefully I can catch this all in one pass. I don't know if I can or not. Nope. Darn it. Narrow that down a little bit so we're not wasting quite as much fertilizer. We get fertilizer for free, but I don't want to waste it on purpose because I waste enough as it is. And we'll just go ahead and refill it. And then we can just park over here like this. That's fine. Now we need the cultivator. Actually, we want to do a double headland row. Just a little bit different. Okay. We'll go down there and back. Now, if I remember correctly, in the past, this cultivator has done a pretty good job at starting where it's supposed to. Yep. So now when we get down to the other end, we'll send it lengthwise. And then we'll do the same thing at the other end. We'll do a double head unrow. I wish I could buy all these buildings and then get rid of them. But it won't let you get rid of the buildings because I own the property where that house down by our farm is. I own the land, but I cannot get rid of the house, the fence, and all that stuff. It won't let me. And I didn't realize I couldn't do that. Now this, I can't even buy this stuff over here. Now we'll let this guy turn around and come back, and then we'll work our way across the field going in this direction, because the next field we're going to work is up here on this end. So that way all our equipment will end up being up here. Now we can let it go. And our fence won't be in the way. Well, not our fence, but the fences at the ends will not be in the way. Sorry guys, had to yawn. It's 4:41 in the morning where I live. And it's probably going to be, oh my gosh, I bet close to 6 o'clock in the morning by the time we're done. Oh my goodness. Well, maybe not quite that long, but 5:30 anyway. We got at least another hour. I'm assuming. I'm thinking because, well, maybe not. Well, maybe close to an hour because that cedar is, like I said, it's the planter. It will cover ground much quicker because it's bigger. So maybe another hour to be finished. So it's 9:46. It was 9:45 on the game clock. If I remember that, then when we get done, we'll look and see what time it is on the game clock. So 9:45. We'll see if it's an hour. How close am I? Like I said, the last time I guessed, I was spot on. I said an hour, and it took exactly 1 hour. I'm saying an hour this time, but I don't really know. Originally, like you heard, I was thinking about an hour and 20 minutes, but then I reduced it down by about 20 minutes to an hour because that planter is bigger. Now, one thing I'm going to do while that cultivator runs, I'm going to take this guy and go get our other header. See, this is why I need a header. I need one down here and I need one other places. So I don't have to it doesn't really matter, but almost forgot what I was doing. Let me see, where do I want to put this? Let's put this thing right here. Let's just put it down right here for now. I don't want to take it all the way down to the other end. So let's just put it right here. And then we need this one. Easy. I kind of want to put that trailer somewhere else. We do have to use the trailer with this particular header because obviously we can't fold it. So what I want to do, I just want to turn around with it. Because we're going to have to reload it onto this trailer. Now this is not an easy trailer to back up, but I did a pretty good job, if I do say so myself. Ooh, almost hit the fence. Now this is why this shed is here. Eventually I want to have this harvester sitting down here. And it'll just be for these fields. And then I'll put my headers. I can't do it yet until I can afford another harvester. But then my headers will stay like this. How come it's not letting me lower that? Interesting. Oh, that's why. So that will go there like that. I like these. These are my favorite sheds, and this is why. I kind of have it in the wrong spot, but because really, what I would really like to do is I would have one harvester for this header, and then like I did on FS19, I had 2 harvesters in here, and I had the 2 headers, and I had 40-foot headers, not 30-foot headers, so they were a little bit bigger. But anyway, I had one header for one harvester for the helper, because it had the tool height adjusted mod, and it would only work for helpers. I just wanted to show you I use those sheds for this way for the harvesters. I think it looks real cool when you have 2 of them parked in there like that. Because I actually had four headers. I had 2 like this, one with a tool height adjustment and one was not. And then I had 2 corn headers, one because they could fold up and they could stay inside. I could leave them underneath the shelter. We'll be starting right here when we get ready to start, right there. Now I want to do olives because we can put olives in our oil mill too. You can't really see the field now, but there's a field just on the other side of the railroad tracks right there. Let's pop the map up right quick. We can see, let's see, go over here. We have this field right here. I want to put olives in this field, and then we can, once I can figure it out and stuff, then we can actually extend this field. This is just grass right here. So we can extend this field out. We can do olives and all this right here. It would probably take a lot more than that to fill the oil mill with olives. So we could think about even doing this field in olives, but I think olives are going to be a very time-consuming crop. I don't know. I've never done them before. I'll have to watch a video on olives. Maybe Farmer Cop. He has a lot of tutorials. I'm not real sure about FS22 though. I know he had a lot of tutorials on FS19. So even if that, I'll have to watch FS19 tutorials as to how to do all this. The process will still be the same. So it doesn't really matter. But I've never done it before, so I need to know what equipment I need and all that kind of stuff. But I do want to try some things I haven't ever done before. It's always kind of nice when you get down to this stage in the field where you can see you have a lot less to do than what you've already done. We are going to start this guy right down here. We're not going to do it yet. I'm just going to get it ready. I'm just going to leave it sit right here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4 more passes with the cultivator. We might, looks like we'll be able to cover the rest of it in one more pass. I thought there might be one thin little strip on the edge, but nope, we're going to be okay. And this time I won't worry about repositioning. There's going to be a little bit of the cultivator that's out in the grass. I don't care if it's just a small amount, but if it's going to be like half the equipment and stuff, I don't like that. I don't mind just a slight amount of it. But really, I should just reposition it so we work right on the edge. So that's what I'll do. I'll just be consistent. Because it's the same principle, I suppose. There we go. That's better. It's actually faster. I was able to turn it around faster myself than it can turn itself around. And then we're going to drive the cultivator back down to just back down to that end of that field over there, because that's where we're going to be starting at. We don't really have to do that, but we might as well. We'll just put it down here, because this is where we're going to use it. Now we're ready for this guy. And we'll let him go down and back. And hopefully it will know where to, easy. Boy, it gets to taking off like that, and it's like, where's this thing going? Is it going to back up and start in the right spot? It looks like it will. Yep. Okay, good. Yeah, see, this field's going to go much faster. With this seeder, because it's moving faster and it's wider. Then we'll do the double headland row on the other end. And we cannot finish this row. We have to do it going from the other way. We either have to turn around and back in here, or do it from this side, because that fence is in the way. We'll let it go down, come back, and then we'll go the other direction. You are not finished. I don't remember it doing that to me before. Not on this field. Let me line up just a little bit better. There we go. Okay. And there we go. We can just let it run until it's done now. Well, we may have to reposition it when we get to the far end of the field, the far side over there. Yeah, this will go by pretty quick. So it is not going to take an hour from when I said an hour. All right, we've been live streaming for just over 4 hours now. All right, it won't be too much longer now. Now we'll take control and reposition it down here at this end for a final pass. Well, that should be fairly close to where we want it. Yeah, close enough. That's better. And there it is. So it took right at 35 minutes. It didn't take an hour. It took about 35 minutes. I'm just going to leave this parked right here. It'll be okay like this right here, because we're going to be doing that field over there, and we will be planting soybeans. So let's save it, because I haven't saved it throughout the entire stream. I really need to get out of that habit. I need to start saving it, just in case something happens, like earlier, for example, when things it quit working, and then the other day when my Wi-Fi went out. Okay, so that's going to wrap it up for this episode, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope I see you again. And I will catch y'all in the next one. Until then, God bless.